That should work a little better. I also realized it's capturing the game, but I'm pretty sure you guys probably can't hear it because I need to start this crazy thing. Hey, Juanetta. Hi. No, it's not picking it up. Damn it. Oh, I never added the executable. Duh. Alright, we're gonna lower that a little bit. It's a late night stream, so I can't be very loud. But when I tried to stream working on the car, it told me I needed at least 50 people. Then I learned I need a bit of a better signal outside. Got that fixed as well. So I'm gonna go check out for loud. Loud enough at least. I'm just streaming late night because I didn't feel like sleeping. Come here, say hi to the stream. Say hi to the stream since you want to be here. That's not I'm always dirty inside. Come on. Get back over. There you go. She's just chilling on my desk. You'll probably hear her rub against the microphone from time to time. Oh, what I wanted to do was let me make sure my audio at least sounds decent before I start the game. This is a game that I was recommended, and I was like, you know what? Why not? I found no reason. I love you too. Oh, no, you're gonna knock over the microphone. Lick the microphone. Can't be that delicious. No. No. Can I not look at my... Do I actually need... Oh, no. Stop running into things. I only have 5% battery, so I was hoping this was a little easier. They don't want to see your butt. I don't want your butt facing me either. Can I go live? Why doesn't it just take me to like YouTube Studios or why is it like clicking my YouTube? Doesn't bring up my live stream. Yes. Yeah, so let's just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I was just chilling. What's that? It's pointing the wrong way. Let me flip my camera. Do I just have like a filter? Add effect. Move, flip, scroll, sharpen, render delay, no. Move action? No. No. We're not doing all that. You're starting to hurt me, love. Your tongue is not very comfy. No. No. How do I just want to flip this entire thing. I guess the easiest way I know is just go boop, and now we're flipped. Yeah, see, I thought she was on camera. She's like right here. No. What did I tell you about your butt? They don't want to see it. Hey, no eating the non-edible plastic sitting on my desk. This stuff. I was making, they're not for you to eat, but I was making new joysticks for my Nintendo Switch. Since I guess my nephew, ate them. Like my originals. It's the only person I could think of. If you want food, I had snacks on my desk. I don't know what she did with them. I didn't do it. I blame the poltergeist. YouTube Studio. Do I need that to be able to see my stream? Since it's my personal one? Interesting. We're just getting started. I even got a little layout. I went and got a layout off of Etsy. It's really cute. Not what you expect, but I didn't want to be predictable. Yes, why you look mad? You want pets? Now, see, when I pet you, you lead me to your butt. We're not doing that right now. We're busy. But if you want pets, you can sit down, and I can give you neck pets. There she is. Yeah, like, I don't think I'm actually live. Huh. Wait a minute. This says I'm live. Right? My stream health is excellent. Unless... I'm trying to stream in 4K. I see that there, so that's working. What if I copy this and paste this into here? Can I see my own stream? What? Why can I see my own stream? Well, let's remove that off of this server at least. It's public. Game category. I can't customize anything else. This is weird. Chat rate 1, that's me. Everything seems good. It just, I can't. There's a button to end stream. So is this the actual link that I need to be posting? I think I figured it out. And the game is actually a lot lower than I thought. I'm gonna raise that a little bit. And I'm gonna also share it. Fix this one. and now I'm hearing me double. But this works out. I can definitely see the stream, so I know it's working. I'm happy about that. Let's go. And we're just going to begin. Oh, I should have got more things to drink. I got one singular soda left. Wait up. It's loading anyways. It's fine.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
What is this gate? I think I saw
And then one
Markiplier
day,
in
something
place.
very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Crystal plate.
Something he would never
there's
quite
a
forget.
Bottomless hole.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
We're gonna have to move the microphone a little. I think that my desk is a little grody. Interesting.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break
How
me.
long can I...
In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited.
I don't know how to...
Hours passed. Then
The controls. Control to duck is a little weird. Action key is left mouse. Okay. So it's not E. I've been clicking E this entire time.
days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Okay. I couldn't do anything else.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
No.
What if
I
he
didn't
had to
mean to
make a
close the door.
decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for
I
that.
clicked.
No. This couldn't
That's
go
what closed
any
it
way
last
except
time.
badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
Any other keys I should know? Pause is pause. I have a 60% keyboard. I don't have a pause button. Strafe? Keyboard look modifier.
Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Just walk
Here
out.
it comes.
Just walk out. I should just walk out. Don't click, don't click, don't click. 427. I feel like that's important. I regret this. I want to go back in.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Alright, well, I can't go back in. People have been working here. I'm not been alone. I was an executive. I got my own office. Alright, let's stop going back. Gotta make sure if I can't work, people. What? What? Okay. Can I go? No?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I feel like he's yelling at me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I did a lot of work.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Bro, it's a nice room. Like, look at these paintings.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Look at the mountains. I can see a lot from this room. The fact that you want me to leave means I should
Stanley
stay
sat
longer.
around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Like, look, there's paperwork here. I could do some work here and admire the room. I could also get a soda. Oh, 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 oh. I could almost sit. I wonder if there will be more dialogue. It's so tantalizing to keep going, but you gotta admire the room. The simplicity of this pole being in the direct route someone would go through. It's like, this should be dirty right here, because you know everybody slaps that shit when they go by. You can get coffee. What does the mug say? Coffee nut. What does this mug say? It's important. I love moms. Mom loves me. Number one dad who farted. Like, look at all this content. Okay, I guess he's done. He thought so.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Look. It's like the work area.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
If you are lying right now, stop. No lie. Caution. Look, it's like they haven't created this one yet. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause that penalty for misuse of penalty for jumping off the. Oh. Is there currency in this one?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Escape.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Super powerful. Got the moves. Oh, we're back here.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
What if I get on and get off?
Yes,
Will it come back?
this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
What if I land on boxes?
Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
I'm being told to. I don't wanna. Okay.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
I'm loving the narrator. He definitely hates me.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Oh. 3 more times? Do I just have to be back here 3 more times? I wish I knew. Oh, we're gonna have to jump off 3 more times.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Can I get to that
Good
platform
job,
on the other
Stanley.
side?
Everyone
I'll do
thinks
that
you are
next.
very powerful.
I want to see if I'm able to, like, get there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Looking for the
Stanley
one that
decided to
says
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Did I miss it over here?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I can't get into any other room, so I gotta find that one computer. None of these, none of these.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. We're gonna do this one more time.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Definitely
ago.
the back door over there.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
I don't trust the third option. Ceiling light. Ceiling light. Hey, you forgot some textures over here. You said third option. We're going to the third option.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, It's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Good old Nell is offline. Skid is offline. Nacho. Did you know that 21.3% of players skip the intro ski quiz? 3% of this is you. I've been there for 7 hours. Your objective rank 9,000. Do I take the third door again?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Yes.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I don't want to be here anymore.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Well, then I got 10 hours of game.
Well, Stanley, is this any better? At last, the one thing you've always desired. A game I had absolutely nothing to do with. But is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley. Will it ever be enough? Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose.
Hey, I was abandoned.
Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house. This will go here. No, here. And then...
Wait, I grabbed you mad at me. You petty ass bitch.
Let's see, what does it need? Yes, of course. And just to finish it all off...
A door?
Yes, it's complete. I made this, Stanley. Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy. But you've only seen it from the outside. You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable.
I don't want to. I can tell from out here there's nothing in there. I'm pretty sure if I wait, it'll just be going against your programming. Is that all you got for me? Oh, I can't go inside.
Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It could only be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond everything. Yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
What? Now we're just playing Minecraft? So this is my new Minecraft playthrough. High quality house. Hey. It's better than Laffy's house. Laffy naturally just takes over
Oh
something.
my, it looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light?
No. Oh, I should have gone that way. Oh, there's nothing that way.
Oh, no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't save this one. Okay, new game.
Minecraft can go on for hours, brother. You chose the wrong game. It's not mine. Is this Portals?
Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love it.
It's actually
You,
Portals.
trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay,
Portals.
now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
I'm supposed to get a portal here and then you put one there. Is that timer going down? No. Winning the clipboard. No. Clipboard's mine.
Oh!
I haven't played Portals
It's a
in a
puzzle.
long time.
Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte.
My companion cube.
Genius.
I will do anything.
No, actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games, and I highly doubt you're any wiser for the
I regret everything. Fill cabinets, filing cabinets, office space alternative iteration beta, easy rate your presence, Stanley Parable alpha test, the Stanley Parable alpha test. Okay, so yeah, I've never seen this. I'm sure that's death. I don't want to die just yet. Am I just supposed to fall off? It's still really portal-y. The fact that there's just broken walls. I'm gonna go through the only door here. When did this become a horror game? Oh yeah, it's click. It's the only door that's open. Not E. How did I end up in the Stanley Parable back rooms? I'm only supposed to play the back rooms with Crystal. What's a F? No, no flashlight. No narration, nothing. Just me in the game. Going through open doors. The light at the end of the tunnel. The narrator's scared me out. Dude, stop talking. This is my cube 427. This is my cubicle. Am I supposed to throw something into that? There's nothing here.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am.
Yeah, come here.
That is what I mean to this
camera will pick you
world.
up.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
As long as I put him in front of me.
I can wait.
Cat? Is that what gets views? Okay. Game started. You can go. You can chill on my desk. That's fine. Oh, we're back here. Can we find the computer?
When Stanley came to a set
sorry,
of
but
two
this is more
open...
important.
This was not the correct way to the meeting
This is
room,
more
and
important.
Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Feel it.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
There's
first,
another one
just to
walking around.
admire
I got
it.
this here in the beginning. You can
Stanley
ignore
felt
this.
lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley
That
took the
was me.
first open door on his left.
I never looked at any of the computers. I just ran straight to...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley.
I didn't look at
Everyone
any of the
thinks you are
computers. I just
very
ran straight through.
powerful.
Wait, there were no computers. Did I get too far? Oh no, there are computers.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
We're looking for the
mean?
one that says...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
He does work. Where does he work? Not that one. Damn, it's not here anymore. I guess it's gonna be later on. We're gonna listen to him this time. I don't want to... No. We're gonna take the thing.
When Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the correct
We're
way
gonna
to the
go-
meeting room, and Stanley knew
So
it
I've done
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
jumping off
stop
the
by
two
the
different
employee
ways.
lounge first, just to
I
admire
jumped
it.
off. No, 3 different ways.
The lounge was
Jump off,
grand,
jump
majestic,
off, get off.
perhaps, but eager to
Gives
get
you a
back
lot
to business,
narrative.
Stanley took the first open door on
And
his
then
left.
He tells you to jump off, so then you do that. And then I did the third one, which is jump
Stanley
onto
was so bad at following directions,
onto
it's
that.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
And then we
I'm
already
not
went
your
that way.
enemy, really, I'm
We're
not.
gonna go this way.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Dear Lord, do we
Someone
have to
you've
start
forgotten
with this?
about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
I'm afraid it's Gladys at this point. Who thought of a railless lift anyways? OSHA violation, can't go with it.
But in his eagerness to prove
it's
that
the
he is
same
in
thing.
control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do,
It's the same
Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley.
I would get a
Everyone
different-
thinks you
No,
are
that was
very
on the other side.
powerful.
I thought I would get a different one. I have to give it a try.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Do we get the screen we need? Do we have to get a specific... Or do we have to shut off all of them? Because I normally do anyways. For one to pop up with the... No? I'm gonna take the lift again, but this time we're gonna go through
When
the door
Stanley
'cause she's
came to a
waiting
set
for
of
me.
two open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
broom
well.
closet? I haven't found
Perhaps
the
he
broom
wanted to
closet.
stop by the employee lounge
Where's the broom
first,
closet?
just to admire it.
I couldn't open any doors. What do you mean by the broom closet?
And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business,
make me kill myself
Stanley
again.
took the first open
In
door
the
on his
game.
left.
There is no broom closet.
Stanley was so bad at
Don't make me
following
excited for a broom
directions,
closet.
it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, I can't open
Look,
any
Stanley,
doors.
I
It's
think
not that
perhaps
way.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I've gone
I'm not
every
your
which way
enemy, really,
people
I'm
want me
not.
to
I
without
realize that
going to the
investing your
door and
trust in
taking
someone
it.
else can be difficult,
just too much.
but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Yeah, who's this her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Is he just gonna kill me?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I don't want to. Streamlight.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Why
Who'd want to
not?
commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Am I?
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 2427. Press 8 on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's
I
pushing
see
a
I
button.
see what you're trying.
Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except
feel
that he's
called out.
chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
5 to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Forward to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought
feel
that
called
his
out.
decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
I feel called out.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible
Why did it
paths
get
and
dirty?
destinations.
Why wasn't
Down
it
one
dirty from the
path lay an
start?
enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And
Seems
down
dirty
another
up there,
was a
too.
game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
See to tell your kid's story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over,
like this-
wishing beyond hope that it would
I have a
never
feel-
end,
I
that he
fear
might
dolls,
always
okay?
feel this free.
This mannequin isn't
Surely
making me
there's an
feel
answer down some new path,
feel like
mustn't there
it's
be?
there.
Perhaps if he played
I'm
just
pointing
one more
backward.
time.
Like, T to tell your wife you love her. I love you.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing
done,
the
you
same
don't.
buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more
Mondays.
invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
This is how
But he won't listen to me.
so we have to.
He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
So how's your day going, bro? I was told not to. At this point, I'm listening. I gotta listen. I have time, brother. I was told this game can last 10 hours. No. My wife became an office desk. It's a metaphor for I feel like Laffy is going to wake up and slap me in the back of the head if I say anything offensive. She's passed out. Just got out of surgery. Well, not yesterday. The day before. No, it was yesterday. Got out of surgery yesterday for whatever reason. But she will wake up out of her medicated state to slap the back of my head. So that joke ends there. Disguised as a human. Oh, this is Prop Hunt. He's really not gonna give me any other options. Time is moving forward. Should I hit C? I have hit every other button but C. Why not?
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
We're back in the office.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe
But my
this
wife
time.
is work.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
I think I broke the narrator. He killed me. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Same thing.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
We're
memo.
gonna take the left so we don't have to do this again. Yeah, I'm not seeing that one screen that says give an input. Wait a minute. That guy got allowed to go into the ducts. Man, this better not become a horror game. Let's be honest, the entire game is just break the narrator simulator.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What if I don't know? Like, I've always gone through a door. A lot of this is waiting too. You get some talking when you wait. I got a 24 pack of Pepsi. I got enough to drink to survive. I gotta organize this. This is Is there anything else I could do on the right side? I could save the baby. Like, is that a achievement to save the baby? Man, I got rickrolled really quickly. Yeah, there are achievements. Complete the stand order under 4 minutes and 22 seconds, not including load times. How long is it Tuesday? There's an ending for saving the baby. Most people just use after 10 hours. I don't believe you. I have been accustomed to not believing. Should I? I'll follow directions. We'll be back to the baby. Is that the achievement that's called unachievable? It is impossible to get this achievement. Click on door 430 3 times. Oh no. Oh no, can we not get to 430 now? Oh no.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Resolve dispute with coworkers. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out. Practice it on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slides has a slick blue graphic in the header, and everyone is unique. You most of all. Thank you. Thank you. I am unique. The unachievable has to do with the opening screen. What? Number of slides on this slide. Chart, slides, charts and slides. Do not alter this without consulting the... Can't alter it. Whiteboard manager? Most cost effective. Hire someone to synergize papers? Papers are to synergize. Five paper guy. I'm so fire the paper guy. Paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of. Okay. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda reflect. Huh. Employee. 417, 491, 431, gym 416. You always gotta have a gym. Weekly target. Alright, we're gonna continue. Ooh.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Without Jim? Hey, let's go to the broom closet.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Also, did I hear where I was explaining
It was
how I was
baffling
printing?
that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Doing sweet fuck all. So I was printing 3D printing.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer
Trying
me
to
some
talk to my
explanation
screen.
here. I'm genuinely confused.
So I was 3D printing joystick Joy-Cons.
You do
because
realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said
I'm never
Stanley
finding
walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
But I 3D printed Joy-Cons because my nephew, I believe my nephew.
Maybe to
ate
you
my
this is
original
somehow
ones.
its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money.
I'm getting lightheaded.
Also, Stanley is addicted to
It's hot in
drugs
here.
and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
I've never
You
played
got
this
to this
game.
broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it
See that
begins to
cat?
decompose.
That's her in the other room. She ain't gonna do
Hello?
anything.
Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. He or she has fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species.
I believe it's
Please
not like
remove
the
their
neighbors
corpse
would come
from
back.
the area and instruct another human to take their place at the computer, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Is that it? Is that all of it? How long do I have to wait here for the next thing?
Ah, second play. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Nothing? Oh, that was worth it. Thank you. All hail the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, I didn't hear what he said. Swear to God, that was a cross for a second. When did this turn into a horror game? Did he say to come?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
This is just repeating.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
Right.
I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I'm not okay. It's very hot in here. Oh, I'm still here. It didn't change.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Right.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Gave up on Stanley.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
I was so just not... So I was supposed to go up. Up was the option there.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling... Perhaps 50 clicks.
Okay. Hear me out. He's going to keep asking for more and more clicks, isn't he? Peak gameplay. Got you, bro. Give me 1 second. That's why macros exist, brother. Click. Repeat while holding. Record. Done. Don't use the standard. We're going with speed. 10 milliseconds per click. Save. Drop that on this, which is already programmed for something for a different game.
Clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Peak gameplay.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this
50
achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I can't.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Peak gameplay. It's what everybody came for. 437?
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
I feel like.
Now, back to door number 437.
I feel like he's trying to teach me something. And all I'm getting is...
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Why don't you just give me the achievement, you dickhead?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
There is no employee 419. 422.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Why is he so excited for this?
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Is there another copy machine in here? No.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley.
I love this game.
Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
Alright, well, I got that achievement. Beat the game, eventually. Quit the game, then start it again. Nah, I'll do that one next time. This is an achievement. 8. Speedrun. Is it possible to get this achievement? Play time for the entire duration of a Tuesday. Do I actually have to run the
Just
game
think,
on Tuesday?
only a few minutes ago, you believed an
12,
achievement
12.
was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I could do that. Well, I could run it on Tuesday. Put it on live stream and just let it sit on the screen. Let it sit on door 430.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Okay,
he
move to
entered
the
the
left.
door on his left.
Either way, now I have an auto clicker.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to... Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
God.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I walked down and we went through an existential crisis. Well, that's lovely. What's this? Executive bathroom. Bro, I want to use that. You know how comfortable that seat's gotta be, bro? The chair in this, the throne, the actual throne has a built-in phone holder, probably. It's made out of velvet. And not that crappy velvet you get at like a dollar store, no. This is from like a Dr. Seuss book. They hunted one of those animals and made it into the toilet. I want to go into this. No one else is allowed to use this but the executive. And there's only one. But you gotta think of it this way. Only you have ever sat in that chair. Just you. So you don't have to worry about anybody else's ass sweat.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
What numbers did he say? Oh, that's the logo for Stanley Parable.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Stanley simply began entering random 2845.
Boob. What was the other one?
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Wait, that is a terrible override. So if you get the password wrong, you know, you're drunk or you're just slapping it, you'll just get in anyways. It's not even done. Bro, hire the hacksmith. He built the whole freaking hidden room in under like 2 days. Yeah, I started spamming the button.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Keep running into it. My microphone's here.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No, he didn't. He went back to the elevator because that's fucking creepy. Okay. Why do I need to crouch? They don't give me a jump button.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Violent, you say?
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his
I don't want to go
death.
get mind controlled. Yeah, no, I gotta. Do we just always end up back at the... I'm alive. I was supposed to die.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
What?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged next to this extension of it, an exploration of contradiction this room posed. The office. Narrator 2. He quit. I made him quit, man. Nature paintings. Ooh, so lovely. Yes, gotta feel them painting. What's behind it? Nothing. Stanley's computer. This is more creepy than cool. Filing cabinet. A, B, and C. Office computers. Button sounds. Wait, is this the end? Right or left? Office clock. Boss office? Wait, can I get two different... So was this like one this is 2, and then this is what they ended up with. That's actually pretty cool. Employee lounge. Mind control for underground. An early version of the underground portion of the game. Oh, it was supposed to say like escape really big, but they decided to go with like a smaller one. Kevin Bright, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 year of development. These are clips from earlier takes that were not used in. Cool. It's like a behind the scenes. Freedom ending? Is that the Minecraft world? That's an on-off switch. I feel like that would just restart the game. What's this? Zending model? Went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon it and change it again shortly before launch. Great. The game is now paused. Begin the game again. Resume escape menu. Okay. Zending. I guess that's the ending. Trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is preparing a new version of Stanley Parable. I never saw any trailers. I was just recommended this game. This reminds me of that one freaking like cut where the guy's like running down and then he throws something and it cracks into the window. Futurama did a play off of that. Alright, we're not gonna watch the whole thing. I don't have patience for it. What's over here? Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways flow in the first door, 2 doors was important to get right. First we'll replay them so many times. We discussed design, but ultimately it was simple version 1 out. Option 1. Obey staircase. Disobey lounge maintenance. First choice. Disobey lounge to confusion ending. Meeting room. Interesting, interesting. There was one room I didn't. The apartment timer. We haven't seen the apartment yet. The cargo lift. Oh, I guess it's 2 iterations of the cargo lift. Or are there gonna be like more of those sons of bitches? From James. Subject, love the game. Greetings. Omnipotent voice. New results from the... I can't read this fast. Narrator emails. It's down here. There's so much. Warzone. Lovely. We're gonna start speedrunning these stuff. Blah blah blah. Maintenance room. I'm back at the beginning. I'm gonna go this way. We're gonna go to that on-off switch and just turn it off. Goes up here. Left. right? Man.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control
It was a
one
little
another.
nice little museum.
How they both wish to be free.
And then we
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No,
How about
perhaps
that bump
not.
on my tongue?
Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Okay.
But listen to me. You can
1 second. This heater is doing a fantastic job of killing me. Okay. Oh, there's the piece that I dropped. It's in a
still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and be your only true choice.
Should I hit quit? Oh, thank God it lets me skip that.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Gotta be super quick.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm done with spinning. No one's here?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
My poor proof comes. I can't go back in.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Have you not? Proof close. I guess you haven't seen that before. I found it. We need 2 more inputs. I need to somehow kill myself again.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
I guess I should have known.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Exit 914. I don't...
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
just an
Stanley
ASCII
thought
code.
to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Bro, is this just like Xavier's room from X-Men?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature
Fire.
revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals
Everything's
reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
That's mine right there in the middle. Middle bottom. That one. That's us. 2427. At least we're not fired. Some of these are. I want to be that guy right there. I want to be employee 000. I want to be the first employee.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
I can't jump
Had
down.
Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's
That pisses me off,
control?
but they're not alive.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I don't know. How do you dismantle the controls if you don't even know how it works? What if we jump down? Oh, that was. I'm pretty sure you didn't mean down here, but nothing happens down here. What if we go over? Nothing. There's a big red button that it won't let me press. I'm just trying to read the mug. I like something my boy. My boy! 1, 2. Wait. 3. That's 5. I didn't see a 4. 4. I never set up a be right back screen, but I kind of have to use the bathroom. Five. Is there a 6 somewhere I didn't see? How am I supposed to go backwards? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Any input, Soup? Or am I supposed to hit the number of lights that are there? If I have 4, does that change? It doesn't change. Alright, we're gonna continue. I feel like that's just a placebo. They're trying to fuck with me. Actually, do I have a be right back screen? Because I kind of need it. If we go in here, if we go down through. Haha, I do have one. We're gonna create it right here. BRB. I clicked the wrong thing. We can't reject the parable. And I just realized, I guess it's fine. I set up music. I even set up a capture for music on this source. Never actually added it, so I've been listening to the music on my own. Which is fine because there's music in the game anyways. Let's go to the power facility. Because I don't see those lights changing. I walked in through that door. It's whatever. We'll figure it out next time. We can't return awaiting input. Do I get to control the narrator now? Oh, god damn it.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
But I kind of liked my job.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? Yeah. A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. but I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Yeah, I tried the numbers in order. They didn't do anything. And then clicking everything else just did nothing else. But
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
this one. Well, we're gonna take the quick, easy
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
What does this lead to?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
This is probably done.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Not the creepy van.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
This game is awesome.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I wonder when we're gonna find that computer.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere.
I did not expect this.
It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I feel like those would be typical I broke the parable. This is the back room, bro. The back parables. Everyone knows what you did.
I'll say it.
Just hold it
This
back
is
for
the
like
worst
2
adventure
people.
I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, that door's open. That door's never open.
All of his co-workers were
Oh,
gone.
the door's always
What
open.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh wait, there's no doors.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Oh no.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
That's different.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Oh, okay. We're leaving it up to even July. No, I gotta. Can't leave the computer on. Can't let the boss see it.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa.
What the fuck
Hang
is
on.
the line doing?
That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Right? The highest of qualities. I don't have my phone, I just put it to charge. Took a screenshot.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
Following the adventure line.
Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh, the computer's off. Line has no idea what it's doing.
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
The adventure line? Still?
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Oh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh. Why?
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to
Spinning on
be?
itself.
Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Unicorns.
Oh, no, not you again.
The line came
Stanley,
back.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Don't acknowledge the line. Oh, the line left.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
You did have a blog.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some...
I need to expand this in such a way where I could actually reach out without a giant heart being in the... No. Can I actually... Oh, there we go. Beautiful.
some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
Sorry, 1 second. Cool. Oh. Now what did I do? Welcome to Stanley. Now I'm confused. Okay, so that's what happens when you get all the inputs. Not touching that. That can stay there.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I guess we're gonna follow. We're gonna turn off the mind control machine. We've done everything else. The broom closet, though.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I know. He locked it, though.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Velvet throne, here I come. I got the feeling money. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. What? I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Sorry, that's a lovely purse. Sorry? Salt? It's not as lovely as I thought. This shit's garbage. Like, out here it's beautiful. Then it goes like your grandma's bathroom with carpet. 100% anticlimactic. Oh. Oh. I've never been able to come up. I don't like that. Oh, we're making our own adventure. Are you singing narrator? This is elevator leading nowhere. It's my jam though. Peaking elevator music. I woke up my cat. She doesn't look very happy with me. Okay. Come here. Scritchies. Scritchies. I didn't know how long I had this. Son of a bitch. Narrator, fuck you, bro. I could have sat there this entire time.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Why are you just laying there? Oh, I guess there was never room there. What if I make room here? Look, I'll get rid of my caliper. Read a medicine she leaves on the computer. Put the USB where it goes. I made you a spot. Alright, let's keep going.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the Stanley thought better of it. At the end of this realized he simply had too much to live for. Nope, still on board with death.
We're making. I gave her a spot next to my keyboard. I think she's going to accept the spot. Such a good girl. Come on, right here. You can lay down. That is my face. Are we gonna skip all the steps, or are you gonna make me click each one?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh, sorry. I was thinking about grabbing the other camera because there's one over there, and I could easily attach it because it's already connected to the computer, and you guys can have a cat cam.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
That is so
Each
bright.
bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Yeah, it's called a job. Hi. Can I help you?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
All I wanted to
Had
do is go
Stanley
back
really
to
been under
the
someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Say hi. Say hi to the camera. I'm here to a spot next to my keyboard. She's happy.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert.
Don't even let him speak. Just off. Is that it?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
So is that what you're supposed to do? Just get straight to the end? I saw this game going.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
So if I just speedrun this.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Everything seems exactly how it should be.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
not including load screens. By getting distracted with ADHD.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
He seems like he's speeding it up.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
He seems fed
Each
up.
bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided...
Not listen to him.
blackness and a rising chill
I have a
of
dead
uncertainty. Was it over?
It's not a dead pixel, it was just glitched.
Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool
Complete
breeze
Stanley
upon his
Parable in
skin,
under 4 minutes
the
and
feeling
22
of
seconds.
liberation,
Not including load times.
the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the
Let me sit on them. So these are the credits we never got. I don't think my cat likes dinging. One hit is not impressed. Yes, but I'm confused. on the main menu. Oh, I hit quit. We're going back. We ain't done, boys. We ain't done. There's an achievement that I don't know how to get, but I have an idea. No, showtime in the system tray, yes. One, two, three, four. It's been 5 years. Well, we haven't played Stanley Parable for 5 years. What have you done? I'm hoping that it messed up the stream. Just check the unachievable. You said go to the game files? Okay. Manage. Browse local files. That's not what I'm looking for. Config games Portal 2 game directory. It legitimately runs the game Portal 2. So what you're saying is Stanley Parable unachievable achievement. Did that. Beat the game. Why would... Okay. We're going to do this one. Together. It says open your Steam. This blah, 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 blah. Go to this folder. Config that. Actually, that's the thing I opened up. It says go to folder Stanley Parable. There's a folder called config.c something. Oh no, you gotta go to CFG. Then you gotta edit this folder. And then it says, once opening a text editor, add a line at the end and copy this into the line behind X. Once you... I don't have the game running. And copy this into the line. What? I'm adding an input by the looks of it. Bind X. save it. Be sure to set the file to read only to prevent from getting reset. What? And I gotta go to properties. Read only. I think you just hit X. We just bound.
This
Huh, it didn't work. And then portable again. When the game starts, go up to something and press X. And wait 10 seconds. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, I got it. There was a secondary way of getting it I was about to try. Why? Why is that even a thing?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, you can't get on this desk anymore. Oh, it wasn't that desk. It was this desk. What, being able to modify the game files and get an achievement? Oh. Or were you talking about enabling the achievements? Huh. Remember how I made a macro for clicking that? We're gonna quickly make a macro. Space forever. Repeat while holding. Done. Don't use default. Put it at 10. Save. Space forever now. Apparently you have to hit it a certain amount of time to get the other achievement. But test achievement, please ignore. Test achievement. Unlock complete Stanley Parable 2 Expo. Play the game until you unlock the Stanley Parable 2 Expo. Walk through the... Complete the Expo and unlock Stanley Parable 2. So all settings sliders. There's more.
It's part of the game. He likes to see how long he can go without dying. So far, he's doing excellent. And if he just stays right where he is, I'm sure...
Go to options. What was it? What was I thinking? Video. keyboard, audio. This is what? I did it. Just lied to me. Oh. We gotta get this one first. Yeah, let's fix this real quick. I broke it. I can't see chat. What is this? What happened to my, oh, I broke everything. Oh, welcome back. I can see stream again. Don't hit revert. Oh God, this was the default. That should fix it. It's gonna screw up my stream real quick for a second, but it should fit the screen again. I fixed it. Oh God. That's also a bad one. It has to be window borderless. There we go. So I can keep switching back and forth. Oh, yeah, that has to come down too. That's better. So we gotta get back to that expo. I think if we go this way. Oh God, that's still way too high. I think that means default, and that means default. Those little...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Reparable the parable.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
This is familiar. I feel at home, at peace.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Peak gameplay. Got a tea bag in the corner.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet...
While he's talking, space forever is set.
Literally, this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Did I already get it? By the way, there's more achievements than it says there is here.
I never would have thought to mention it.
Dude, can I borrow those wire clippers, man? They look
Maybe to
snazzy.
you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending?
The broom closet ending was my favourite.
This is...
Turning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I don't remember that. Well, that's actually neat.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Did I do it?
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. He or she has fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place at the computer, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
And I dropped my gauge. And it rolled. There it is. I had to give someone else a chance. I don't obviously.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's one more achievement that I missed here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Yes, we have to get back to the storage room. I keep putting everything on this side of my desk and it's just all in the way.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years...
We got to get to the expo, so that's the one place we got to. Walk through the exit, complete the expo, unlock Stanley Parable 2. The achievement room will not work yet, but will once epilogue is complete. Epilogue? What's the epilogue? After completing the figurines engine. Must first get the sequel ending. Dear Lord, this is. So forget the sequel ending is an ending that occurs when the narrator announces the release. This is Ultra Deluxe. We're going down a rabbit hole, guys. Also, is a remake. We're going down the rabbit hole. So we definitely gotta at least.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
I'm trying to figure this out. Unlock and complete Stanley Parable. I keep saying portable. 2. I'm assuming it has something to do with
Although
this
this-
place. It has something to do with this place. Test. Wait a minute. Is there something I don't own? Is there DLC for this game? No. There's an Ultra Deluxe version? There's an Ultra Deluxe version. Okay, well, let's finish the achievements in that one. I'll just get that game. Play an entire Tuesday. Well, obviously, we need the Ultra Deluxe version. Where's my phone? I'll be right back. We're getting up. We need to play this fully. TikTok was playing. Yes, Ultra Deluxe. I didn't know this was a thing. Kind of upset that it doesn't just give me like an upgrade for it, purchased for myself. I gotta turn on my card though. Well, it should be the same. It just changes a little bit, right? It has its own achievements. Oh, sorry. All right. Install content now. How big is this game? And how long will it take to download? Phasma has... Oh, Phasma finally removed the Christmas stuff. It's only 3 gigs. Shouldn't take that long. Then why is it telling me this in these achievements? All Ultra Deluxe exclusive achievements. Oh, so it has all the same achievements. Oh, we're gonna have to redo a bunch of them. Okay, so the jumping one. That I already got the jumping achievement. What do you mean starting download? Just go. There's no games running, right? Any other good games you know of, Soup? I don't plan on sleeping. But we're definitely going through Stanley Parable. Parable. Rain World I've heard of. Wait. It just told me that the purchase could not be complete. Let's go look at... It's in cart. No, it's in library. There you go. I was about to say, my bank said it could back to the store. Rain World. That's interesting. I'm a slug cat. What was the other one? Everhood I've never heard of. Yeah, I'm not good at that. Guitar Hero shit. Oh, English subtitles, of course. Right around there. Gotcha. Enter my current time. Why you gotta be calling me out like this, bro? Thank God the Steam Deck is here. Stream Deck. 4:23, I think. AM. Oh, it already has all these settings.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Does it look better?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number
It
427.
does look better. We're gonna skip it though.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
No.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
What was that? I saw 2 achievements pop up. Oh. Any other as your first. Well, you can hear the auto clicker go off, so.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of
There's also this achievement. Oh, there's no extras.
Witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
We got this.
Excellent! I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
When do we click the stupid... dead to the door?
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
This guy's getting off by hearing me click. Just say.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
The doors will never recover. How about this door?
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
I fucking love this excited thing.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 click, yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
I didn't want to leave that door. door. Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There are no achievements to the right, so we're just going to go to the left. But we do get to go to the broom closet right now.
Yet there was not a single person here
That looks so
either.
much better.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
They definitely redid this. They added more graphics to it. I guess since it's not...
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Gotta give the viewers what they want.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
This is peak gameplay. We still get content, and I don't have to do much. Now, if we could AI something on...
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Oh my god, the The subtitles are great.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
She fell asleep.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Jeez.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's no achievements down. Was I able to open this the first time? Because the boss knows that's what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Is that different every single time? Yeah, see, I wasn't able to open it before.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
The ambiance there. Oh, wait a minute. What? Looks like a whole back end over here. Oh, there's nothing here. We stand for the carpeted bathrooms. That's different. That used to just be one button down. The narrative didn't.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
We gotta go back up.
Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
I'm a genius. I am Picasso in disguise.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Do I have to go this way? Is that how I get the... What, go back up?
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me. Oh my God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
I think she's dreaming of eating something. You are definitely a fat ass. She's over there chewing on nothing. Did he just break the elevator? Now here you go, do it again. I think it's going to kill me.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Alright, we're going back up. What?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Yeah.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Oh.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
World's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. How we did it. The pyramids. Live. The guy who went to Mars. I don't like the red carpet. World peace, baby. An evening with world peace, baby.
Ah, yes. Here it is, just through this door.
World's first sentient machine. Isn't that Gladius? Gladys is the first sentient machine?
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Break your leg, champion to your boss. The hole in the soup hook. Up again, down again. I won't tell stories the way you do. Go get him, Tiger. Up again, down again. Oh, that one. The dude who came up with pizza. The Lord. Meet and greet. Doing great. Convention. A conversation with Alexander the Great. I went up. I went down. Again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Truly ultra deluxe content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know he's gonna block the broom closet now, right?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
That's a crescent wrench. Those are pliers. That's a power washer simulator. This is the... Okay. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I was wondering if this changes. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Is this just like where the boss writes his ideas when... Carpet in a bathroom. Okay, that kind of scared me for a second.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing! He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Because we need to unlock Stanley Parable.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passed, but of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. Whoops, nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
We're gonna go jump down the hole at the end of that tunnel.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Alright, back down.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I believe this is what we needed to do. Oh, we have to do that unachievable thing.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yes. I'm ready, sir. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give up again?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
He quit.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Drop.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Is this where I have to get to? Or did I have to just beat the game?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This is exactly the same. I don't think this is it. This isn't it. Reflections are great. I think that just leads to the trailer. So we're gonna go and power this off.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no...
Does that actually let me escape this? Yeah, it does.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Back here. You got this one? Gotta watch out for everybody else. Yeah, you know, I can't just leave the computers on.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What do you mean new content? We're gonna die again. It's fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
There's new content?
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
You know it's
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
the second time. He gets angry. So I guess we just have
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh, I'm right there. Bottom center, or bottom left corner. Boop, my office.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
We're gonna get back to the beginning after all this.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
This is new.
Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
How do we get to new content? I don't have the extra key anymore. What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Why is there control for...
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Is that what you were talking about? Did I blatantly miss the door that says new content?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
We found the new content? Is this what I was looking for?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
This is what I
Please
remember.
step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful.
But I only remember, like,
I'm very
two
excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
There's a certain amount of jump. You can only jump within the circle. What? Why? PK playing being able to jump in the game. Feels good. Well, I had my peak gameplay. 10 out of 10. Time to go to bed.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
This looks different. That's what I expected.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Should I go in the vent?
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. Oh, never mind. You're not a dog.
Wait, you were insulting me? There was a bottom to that. Great. Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Probably because it happened. Don't play for 5 years. Unachievable, it's impossible. The woman who found me. We can reminisce in this chair. Never mind.
Je
Wiser.
suis dans la même horizon, seul sur l'abri des loups.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all.
It was Minecraft.
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Aw. Oh, that's a picture of the iMac that helped make the game. Let's go. Oh, what about the collector's edition?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh, God.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick
I have
them.
the flute. I can't see. Stop reading Steam comments. They're just gonna make you mad. They're just a bunch of trolls. That water business.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I... What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh, God.
You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have.
Is he not here?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said,
Nope.
the end, is never 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 the end, is never.
Don't forget, he gave me this button. Damn. Is this just what the riveting gameplay? He's the one that gave me this button. Oh damn. Portals all over again. I want out of here. I don't want to go forward anymore. Can we go back to the beginning where it's less scary? I'm assuming this is that. Oh, we're back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't think I turned off the first one.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
New content. Okay.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Yes. Printer simulator, let's go.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
He kind of broke there at the end. I like the 5th one because it makes the least amount of sense, but you still get the 2 in there.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
This is what I remember.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
There's a merch shop.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
If you've ever seen my,
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Actually, what does my Discord thing say now? How can I show you? How can I show this without showing everything? I got this. Click here. Click here. You're saying all hail the bucket. Oh, I know how to do it. You click here. My about me in my Discord says, just ask. No, just no. But I'd sell you a bucket. And the buckets are on back order though. I'm sorry. So yes, all hail the bucket. That extra button is still not here.
All this and more
really
awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Please no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version...
1 second. I thought the fern was supposed to be super duper important. Remember how I had to memorize it? I took a picture of it in 4 different angles. Just saying. This picture reminds me of that.
The office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
What? Get well someday. Happy 12th birthday. Stepnies?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday it is.
Why did you ask me? I wanted this one. Asshole.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Free, new, plus easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. I'll be right there. There's a hallway this way. You can't ignore the hallway. Nah, we don't want a map. Opening room surrounding. It's an infinity hole?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
It's a really high quality hole.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully,
Don't take that
but
out
it's
of
possible
context.
that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Meeting at 2 p.m.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about. And I've had enough. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Okay.
Getting
Yes.
closer and closer.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lies. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
What's that
Is
working?
the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Look what you did.
Take care, Stanley.
I heard you out.
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I don't like that he left the door open. Why is the hole going
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Did he get me out of the fucking hole? You know what we gotta do, right? Where's the hole?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Can I get a second bucket? That's no. I'm double fisting buckets though, man. That'd be great. That'll be in Stanley Portable 3. I would like to hear this.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful? Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply?
Yeah.
Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
Finally found a button I like. See if there's a way to find the Jim button. I guess there's no way out this way. I have to go back out the same way I came in. We're gonna go find the hole though. I see it.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
We're gonna go this way. We're gonna find the hole. I like how the depiction of the hole there. It's not quite that deep, and it doesn't twist and turn. Okay. Okay. I've been banned from the hole. 3 new plus easy achievement. I can't believe it's this simple. Pull the lever here, new achievement, no more steps.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Yeah. And play with our holes. I'm getting tired.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Can't even get the new free achievement. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life. God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Where would I find this stuff? Oh.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Damn. Settings World Champion. Mostly infinite hole. Mostly. I like how he changed it. So, do I just find the dolls lying around somewhere? There's 6. Expo Hide, you are here. Infinite Collectibles, A9. I'm just wondering, is the really big one a collectible? No. I'm going to the hole. That is as far as you can get.
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
I'm just trying to find the stuff. I don't know where these dolls are. I appreciate you coming around, Suit. But I think my mental state has fallen, and I am falling asleep. So I shall go to sleep. What is this? The button that says gym. And we shall continue this at a later date, maybe later on today. But I got to do a bunch of chores because she's not able to do any chores. But I appreciate you coming by. Really? Well, I got a bucket out of this. Where is the exit, by the way? I can't even let go of the bucket, though. Oh. Let's see the exit before I sign off.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
That's creepy.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Sounds like he's setting up a
Are you ready?
match.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait,
I can't drop
maybe
the bucket.
that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I should have left it there. we're gonna leave it there. I appreciate you coming through, and I don't even think I have an ending screen. Bye. See you in the next one, brother. I'm gonna just quickly grab this, go to documents. I'm gonna set this up now before I forget. This one.